Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act on our species in the next few decades, that includes our coral reefs, which will impact fishers, then fishers, then the entire economies of the earth. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there is a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. Till more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution.
Our planet's ecosystems are impaired. From deforestation to pollution, human activities have caused damage to many of the world's natural habitats. But there is hope. Ecosystem restoration is the process of reversing the damage that has been done to our planet's ecosystems. Ecosystem restoration involves a variety of techniques such as planting trees, restoring wetlands, and cleaning up polluted areas. These efforts help to create healthier habitats for wildlife, restore natural water cycles, and provide other benefits to the environment. Ecosystem restoration also has the potential to benefit local communities and economies. Restored ecosystems can provide new opportunities for ecotourism, create jobs in restoration and maintenance, and provide other economic benefits. Successful examples of ecosystem restoration can be found around the world. For example, the restoration of the Florida Everglades has brought back a diverse array of wildlife and improved water quality in the region. In China, the restoration of the Loess Plateau has reduced erosion and improved the productivity of farmland. Ecosystem restoration is a collaborative effort that involves scientists, conservationists, and local communities. It requires long-term commitment and investment, but the benefits can be profound. By restoring our planet's ecosystems, we can create a healthier planet for ourselves and future generations. Thank you for watching, and let's all work together to restore and protect our planet's precious ecosystems.
we're in suburbs.
Our planet's ecosystems are in peril.
Can you money that he wind it twice?
Small class we can use. One of the nick on tip, but it's the function of one class.
How many are they?
Only how like
How large are you people? Can't you use 020 and 018? So it's either you use this one or you use the other one.
sorry bro, let your phone fall.
Oh, wow. This is the most point. Patch it in Jan. I don't want to just change it. Ubawa, yes. That's
It was white initially.
no, this is the color. Color is beige, not. Color is carton color, sha.
using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. To more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution.
You are doing what?
Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. To more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, Wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution. Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. To warm land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on this. Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when the yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. So more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution. Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. To more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution. Today, we are using 1.6 Earth to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. To more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution. Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. Hi.
Wait, don't play yet, don't play.
Yes.
Okay, so she's going to. I know it's not annoying.
Society for Ecological Restoration, University of Lagos. I am your host, Joy Abonde, and to kick off this event, it's my pleasure to welcome the Executive Director.
Hi, my name is Bethany Waller, and I'm the Executive Director of the Society for Ecological Restoration. It is my honor to be able to welcome you to this 4th annual University of Lagos SCR, Society for Ecological Restoration, Student Association Conference. The theme of the conference this year is achieving the objectives of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration through youth empowerment. So let's break that down a little bit and talk about what kinds of things you're going to discuss this week, what you can learn, and how you can contribute to that. To start with, what is the UN Decade and what are the goals? The UN
Decade is a global effort from 2021 through 2030 to elevate, promote, and advance ecological restoration and ecosystem restoration across the world. It includes and focuses, one of the focuses is the idea of generation restoration and really engaging youth across the world to achieve the objectives of the UN Decade and to elevate the importance of restoration as a goal for addressing a broad suite of societal challenges, from climate change to biodiversity to pollution and to even thinking about how we improve human health and well-being. The UN Decade's actual goal is aligned with the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, specifically Target 2, the restoration target. The Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, if you have not yet heard of that, is kind of the equivalent to the Paris Climate Agreement for carbon. This is the global agreement for biodiversity, the biodiversity plan for the future of life on Earth. This was adopted in Montreal at the UN Convention on Biological Diversity's Conference of the Parties in 2022, and it includes as its second target out of 23 total targets, the second target is the restoration target, and it calls for bringing 30% of degraded lands, terrestrial lands, inland waters, and coastal and marine areas under effective restoration by 2030. What do they mean by effective restoration? In that context, they're talking about standards-based restoration based upon agreed global principles that creates net gain for people and nature. So by net gain, and this is one of the really important things when we talk about ecological restoration, we're talking about net gain for biodiversity, net gain for nature, net gain for human health and well-being. And when we talk about the other global crises that we're dealing with, like the carbon crisis or the pollution and waste crises, most of that conversation is focused on net zero. How do we get to net zero in the carbon increase? How do we get to net zero to get to zero waste so that we can start protecting the planet in that context? But in the context of ecological restoration, we're not talking about stopping bad stuff. We're talking about doing good stuff. We're actually talking about implementing restoration to increase the amount of biodiversity, to improve human health and well-being, to improve ecosystem services and function, like clean water and clean air. And how do we do that, and who is best positioned to do that? The youth of this world and the next generation, the focus of your conference. We need to make sure that the next generation is a huge part of the restoration solutions that we're providing for the world right now. We need to bring your creativity, your innovations, your new thoughts and ideas to the entire global restoration movement so that we continue to provide these solutions-based approaches to global problems and challenges like climate change and pollution and desertification. Over the next few days, you're going to be talking about those innovations. You're going to be talking about how to engage community. You're going to be talking about restoration policy. You're going to be talking about the role of restoration in addressing climate and resilience. And you're going to be doing that through, again, the University of Lagos Student Association. You are one of 40 student associations of the Society for Ecological Restoration across the globe. You make up part of our 5,200 plus members across over 130 countries in the world. Student associations and students and the next generation of restorationists are a huge part of this society, and you're part of what makes us successful, and you're part of what's going to ensure that restoration is continuing to happen for the next 10 years, the next 30 years, the next 50 years, because we have a lot of restoration to do across this planet, and every step we take and every bit of work we do, getting our hands dirty, getting our feet wet in rivers and streams, is putting this planet back together for the future for your generation and for the generations to come. I'm so honored to be invited to give you these opening remarks and to welcome you to this event and to encourage you to have a fantastic time learning, networking, talking with each other, and really helping move restoration forward into the future. Have an excellent event, and thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with you today. Hi.
The next up, we're going to have Mr. Raymond Ahiere, is an area forest officer with the Edo State Forest Commissioner. So let's hear his speech.
Mr. Raymond.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Just give me a few seconds to share my screen. Give me seconds to share my screen. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Raymond. I'm the area forest of Edo State Forestry Commission. What I do basically is to manage forest reserves in parts of Edo State. Today, I'll be taking us through forest conservation, sacred groups to sorry, excuse me, I'm having a little bit of technical issues here. Can you see my title page?
We can see your slide, but it's not, it's in portraits.
Okay, it's a portrait.
Yeah, it's in portraits. It's not in landscape.
Okay, I should landscape it then.
Yeah, make it landscape. It's presented for it's presented for his phone.
Can you see it now? Is it landscape?
Yeah, this is a bit better.
Okay. Can you see the title page?
It's blank. It's blank. It's just
Blank,
showing a
okay.
white blank.
Okay. So okay, let me just run through. I think it's having difficulty loading. But regardless, I believe I should start. So the title of my presentation today is From Sacred Groups to Restoration Leadership. We're going to be going through forest restoration journey. It's a quite personal story, but it has a lot of political aspects that I think we can all benefit from. So as I said earlier, my name is Raymond Araibe. I'm an area forest officer. I'm honored to be part of the SCRO 4th conference hosted there in Lagos. I should have been there, but all in all, I'm here with you in spirit.
Sorry, Mr. Raymond, okay, all right, we can see it now.
Okay, okay, you can see it now. Okay, good. So let me do a little bit of introduction to myself. As I said before, my name is Raymond. I was born in Itakan village. It's a rural community in the rainforest region of Edo State. It is surrounded by rainforest. It has a sacred grove. And the community members there are mostly farmers, traders, hunters. Just your typical rural Nigerian village. There, many of our activities are usually directed towards the festivals. We're in December right now, so the festival is actually going on in our village right now. It's called Igwe Festival. It is celebrated uh, during the early mornings. I was one of those children that would go into our sacred group, pluck some the edges of our sacred group, that is, pluck some synthetic species. It is a climber that climbs trees. So if they are not old tree stock there, it will not have a host to climb. So we go there, get some few ceteris species, and then we go from house to house, praying for the houses. And then in turn, they'll give us a bit of stipend. It's what we were all excited to be part of it. So the sacred groves in the village was also important. We used it to for our coronation ceremonies, especially when we had a new duke appointed by the king. We, just like every other community, we loved our stream. We didn't have a lot of social amenities in our village, but we had streams. So stream was like a form of hotspot where our community usually gather, and then the older boys would teach the younger boys how to swim. We hunt for corals that's washed upstream, that washed from upstream, and then we'd also learn about our local flora and fauna. I believe that's where I learned to appreciate what sacred, the biodiversity, the beauty of biodiversity and forest. So around the 2010s, we had a rumor that a factory upstream was depositing industrial waste into the water body. We're downstream, so it was going to get to us. It was rumored, but it was never confirmed. But it didn't help that the company started to take seriously their corporate social responsibility. They dug a lot of boreholes around our community, and our elders saw that, okay, we have water now, so nobody should go to the street. And that cut off a main artery of our social bond, social life. Generally speaking, those states during this period was also suffering a lot from deforestation. We lost about 13% of our forest. Even my village was not spared. We lost a lot of our forest because people wanted opportunities, economic opportunities. And if it's not coming in the village, they go to the forest with a motor saw and then they walk throughout. So when they went through with all the forest, it was obvious that their next point of call would be the sacred forest, our sacred groves. So I graduated from the University of Benin with a forestry and wildlife in 2016. So in 2017, 18, just like every other Nigerian graduate, I went to do my NYC in Kogi State. I think because of the industrial actions in the state at that time, there were a lack of teachers, and the students had to prepare for their NECO and WAEC examinations. So I stepped in and started to do some tutorials in agriculture, and that ignited the form of passion for teaching because I saw how the children appreciated my efforts. So when I finished my NYC, I came back and I became a teacher. I decided to say, okay, let me get certified as a as a teacher using TCRN. I was in my process of getting that. My director in my school back then appreciated my efforts. Sorry. And then decided to allow me some freedom to shape the curriculum. And then I introduced some amount of climate change education into agriculture. But my village remains in my heart because we learned that some people entered a sacred groups and fell one tree in it, and there was an uproar in the community, and immediately people just gathered around and punished the perpetrators. A few months after, somebody else did it again, and it became less news. Person was penalized. The more they entered the forest, the less unique or the less newsworthy it became. And before you know, it became old, regular news for people to enter the sacred grove and then cut, cut down the trees in the sacred grove, in the sacred forest, that is. So the pandemic of 2020 and 2021 helped me to, if you could use that word, helped me to shift focus away from being just an educator. I wanted to take more part in helping to keep our sacred grove and restore them. So I made a significant career move in 2022. So I heard that there was a need for us in Edo State for us to have a kind of a commission. There was an advert I applied, and I got selected as a select team. So that's what it will be tasked with establishing and advancing Edo State Forestry Commission, among which their responsibility was to protect sacred groves. So in the picture there, I believe I'm the person by your left on blue. That was our visit to our sister commission at the Ghana Forestry Commission in Accra. So before we do anything, it was important that we plan. So me, in conjunction with my boss, we developed the Edo State Forest Restoration and Plantation Strategy of 2023 to 2032 to help restore degraded forests in the states. Our first three objectives, which was a blueprint for the restoration of these forests, laid emphasis on woodlot establishments. That's just a small place for us to go and collect. If you want maybe firewood, community can go and get firewood, or just some timber or wood to satisfy their wood demand. We also talked about enrichment planting. Those degraded forests, we just go into the forest and just fill in the gap by those who degraded the forest. I could also cordon off some parts of the forest and allow assisted natural regeneration to take place for nature to heal itself, so to speak. So we classified Sacred Grove as a community forest, and then we met stakeholders so that they could help us and collaborate with us so that they could help us restore our forest. All of them, many of them, I need to say, were excited to participate in restoring forests, but they insisted in planting exotic species. Exotic species grow very fast because of the amount of R&D that they performed using these seeds. So they wanted a return on their investment quickly. Our native species, they go a little bit slower, and there's less R&D, research and development on them. So we had to come to a compromise because we could not just plant exotic species into our forest. Before you know, our forest becomes like a forest you have in India or Malaysia. We wanted our forest to be our forest. So we wanted to plant our own species in our forest, but we didn't have the funds for it. The government didn't have the funds for it, so we had to come to a compromise. So we met the donors, the investors, and they told us that they could not go more than 10% of their plantation for establishment of native species. So I've been talking about sacred groves. It's time for me to actually define what sacred groves are. Now, sacred groves can be natural bodies of water. They can also be natural bodies, can be cave, but in this case, it's a sacred forest. It's a forest that have been left undisturbed by the traditional people, by the indigenous people. They were majorly kept there for spiritual or some customary beliefs. I believe that in the olden days Nollywood movies, we usually call them, I think we call them evil forests because we're not allowed to go there. So it was seen as a punishment for somebody to be banished into the evil forest, so to speak. Sacred groves are part of sacred groves are part of the sacred natural sites. It is widely recognized by the IUCN as the world's oldest protected site. They are protected up till today. So if you go to some communities around Africa and Asia, you get these small forests that they perform all these spiritual rituals in them. And you're not allowed to enter there except for some special days. Those are sacred groves. They are not usually governed by the government, although by Nigeria's law, the government owns it, but usually governed by beliefs and customs. They can be very big, some several hectares, and they can be quite few. I've gone to some places where they had some just 3 or 4 trees around the circle, and they did their spiritual spiritual rituals around those around those trees. So, what's the benefit of sacred groves as scientists, as ecologists? Well, sacred groves are like a remnant of Nigeria's natural forest that have been preserved meticulously. They have not been genetically modified. They've not. They are just natural. So if you want to know what our forest looks like in 20 years back or 100 years back, sacred groves is the perfect place for you to go. So if they allow you, I think they allow you in many parts of Nigeria, especially southern Nigeria, they will not allow you. But if they could, and you went into these sacred groups, you could actually do lots of fantastic research and get the results that you would have gotten some 100 years back. I think it would be perfect for comparative analysis. Well, I'm just throwing out research ideas for people. Okay. So you could also use it to understand how evolution also works and how it contributes to stable ecosystems. It's also the sacred groves are like cultural anchors that that communities depend on. They are form of cultural identity for for communities because of the rules, the customs governing it, it creates some kind of communal discipline for these for the community. You're not supposed to go there. If you go there, something bad will happen to you. They are not used to for discipline. I remember that my mom back then would tell me that if I don't wash the dishes or if I do something bad, that a monster from the sacred group will just come out and attack me. So things we believe as kids. I believe them, and it's just used as a form of community discipline to focus the community on some specific task. Majorly, they are used as biodiversity hotspots because we've degraded our forests. Sacred groves are relatively untouched, so they are form of refuge for endangered species like your monkey, your some butterflies, some bats. They will use it as a sanctuary for themselves. Conversely, if you also have a farm around there, the pollinators in that wild pollinators in those sacred groves can go and help you to pollinate your farm. I think it's something that we do not cherish around these parts. We have big farms, 12 hectares, 15 hectares. Everybody just has farms. Maybe some substance farmers, they don't have farms. Contiguous farms everywhere. But there's no small patch of forest where wild pollinators can live so that they can go and pollinate our farms there so we can have better produce. Many oil palm plantation owners have discovered this and they use fancy names for it. I believe they use it as a high conservation, high conservation value areas nowadays. But back then we believed we called it sacred groves, although we use it for spiritual purposes also. So we talked about the some of the current state of sacred groves in many parts of Nigeria. So, what are the threats that are affecting sacred groves? One of the biggest threats affecting sacred groves is the disconnect between the younger and the older generation. The older generation are very conservative. They have deep connection with their religious, cultural parts of the community, especially the sacred groves. The younger ones are not. They tell us to go and hustle. So we don't have time we don't have time to develop such communal bond with this forest. Many people see this forest as an economic opportunity, economic opportunities as a form of deforesting it. There's also, because of the distance between the older and the younger generation, there's weak governance system. Why? Because these traditional beliefs are bound to change. The things my elders believed, if they die off and they tell me to and I take over, become the elder in the future, I'm going to do things a little bit differently and have my modern twist to it. And so the purpose of the sacred group will change. If we all become Christians, so what is the spiritual use of keeping the sacred group? If the people are, so to speak, anarchic capitalists, they say, okay, there's an economic opportunity. Let's go and do something to it and use the proceeds to develop our community. It's a very, it's a very sound argument, and anybody can fall for it. What is also affecting us is the fact that we don't know who this sacred group should belong to. According to Nigerian law, the sacred group belong to the government. Yes. But the community have feel that they own it. So when there is a kind of friction between whose land tenure is whose land tenure applies, whose land tenure does not apply, it creates a weak governance system for our sacred groups. There's also economic pressure, as I said. There are no job opportunities anywhere. So people have to work. And if you could save some few money to get to buy not to sell, you can just enter this sacred groups and just cross your heart and say, I believe in Jesus. No juju will affect you and just attack the sacred group. So it's creating friction within creating friction and causing some disparity, causing us to causing many youths to attack our sacred groups. We should also note that climate change is also affecting it. This one is causing the sacred groups to fragment because of the changing patterns of rainfall and dry season. We are losing some species in the sacred groves and become less resilient. So this one will also make the animals in the sacred groves to try to immigrate. And when they immigrate, they are hunted and it's a vicious cycle over again. So what can we do? The work of doom scrolling, but what can we do to protect our sacred groves? We can develop alternative livelihoods for these community members. We can train them, and we can link, as we're training them, we can link them to industries. I've seen examples of some company. I'm not promoting them, but there's a company in Edo State. There's a two scale. What they do is that they train farmers, community members to rear bees. The honey collected is sold to the two scale. So the community members have more time spent concentrated into economic opportunities, and leaving them less time and opportunities to go and cut down the sacred goods. We also have to also initiate um, different degree of intervention into our sacred groups. Sometimes, if they may allow us, we could practice what they call enrichment planting, could go in there, or they could allow somebody to go in there and fill in those gaps of those plants that were destroyed, those trees that were destroyed, just plant seedlings along those lines. Or we could just cordon off that place with their permission of the community, and tell them that we should let that place recover back to its natural state. We could also develop our jurisprudence properly help help the community to know where they stand regarding the sacred group. Is it theirs? Does it belong to the government? We need to develop our jurisprudence. Our environmental jurisprudence in Nigeria, I'm sad to say, is poor. The other day, we had to tackle this oil spilling in Niger Delta in UK. It's not very, it does not speak well to our legal jurisprudence. We also have to do our own best. Communities have to do their own best to also maintain their own sacred groups. They cannot maintain it. They should do as much as possible to relinquish it to the government so that the government can actually take it into their custody and manage it properly. Or they could also decide to say, okay, we could also do other things with our sacred groups. We could tell people that, okay, part of the sacred group would be used for recreational activities. Some part of Akoko Edo in Edo State, they are doing that. Some part of the sacred group is a football pitch now. Children go there and play football. That helps them to develop a kind of bond with that sacred group. That is when we go and play ball, so that it will not be cut down. So there are different ways for us to do that. But for us to do all these things we talked about, it's important that we engage the community. In some parts of the Niger Delta, they are very militant when it comes to their sacred groves. I live in a just state. If you're going to any sacred grove, any sacred forest, and you just say, okay, I want to enter and I'm not carrying it to store, I'm not carrying any destructive thing, I just want to do research, they'll fight you. They are very militant. So you need to engage the community and give them a sense of assurance that these sacred groves, you're not going to do anything, you're not going to change, or you're not going to change the sacred grove, it's going to be their own. We also have to, as I said before, also develop alternative livelihoods to help them. By doing so, we will also have to launch woodlots and nursery initiatives so that the community can by themselves know how to use nursery to protect their own sacred groups. So we've talked a lot in theory. So let's practicalize all the things we've talked about. So there's a project that I engaged in last year / this year, 2024/2025. We call it the Makeke Letu Ileteju tree nursery project in Akoko Edo in northern Edo State. It is close to Auchi and also borders Ondo State. So Ileteju may look Yoruba. It is Yoruba because They have lots of Yoruba speaking people in this part of Edo State. So there we established a tree nursery. When we established this tree nursery, we engaged the community and told them that the Edo State government is not going to be responsible for it. We're not going to bring people from anywhere to do it. The community of Makeke are the ones that are going to be responsible for raising this nursery. So the reason why we're doing it is because number one, we want to enrich the sacred grove, and number two, we want to relieve the pressure since there are less economic opportunities and people want wood. So we need to meet that demand by helping them to raise their own nursery to um, raise a plantation so they can go and fetch wood from their wood lots if they need. So I can relieve pressure from the sacred groves, which is all that's almost left in terms of wood supply. So the um, the Nigerian factor happened. If you notice, for the past 8 to 10 years, inflation happened to Nigeria, and as a result, they had to do a lot of cuts. But regardless, the people of Liturgy, they banded together, volunteered their time, and helped us to raise this nursery and even plant and do a plantation and do enrichment planting. So how do we do it? First of all, we need to understand that our efforts should be community led. It's not government led. If it's government led, will not the people will not respond. Oh, it's government project. Let government do their thing. But if you tell them it is community project, as I said before, nobody else is coming to do this nursery. It is you that is going to do the nursery. We engage them, we provide the equipment for them, we train them. I think I was one or two people that represented the government throughout the period. So whenever we're doing meetings, whenever we're engaging them, they are always two in number, me and another person, so that they know that we are just we are the conduit between them and the government. So we wanted to create woodlots for them, and that woodlot will serve their wood demand and will also help them to earn alternative source of income since they are engaged in wood cutting. So they have something to go and cut. They live as sacred rules of law. We also wanted to bring back some of the communally degraded lands. Because if lands are degraded, things happen. It's either erosion, gully erosion gradually happens there, or you have a gradual desertification. So over there, they have a lot of some gully eruption. So we wanted to restore some part of that place using those woodlots so that to minimize the appearance of this gully erosion, which destroys. I think is one of the things that takes land away from nature. So how did we engage the community? We engage the community by telling them that we are not going to bring any new ideas. That is it. We are not going to bring any new ideas. It is going to be their ideas, their indigenous knowledge that we're going to use. What we are going to do as a government, we're just going to bring the materials that they needed. That's what we told them. For example, they are going to decide which sites was going to be used, but they are going to decide that which species they are going to be used. The sowing and planting dates, they also decide it. They also decide what type of tree will be planted in their sacred groves too, because we didn't want to. We need from standing from outside, we could know we could diagnose the problem with the sacred groves and what they needed, but we could not say it. But we wanted them to suggest it. So when they suggested it, even though it did not match exactly with what we wanted, we went along with them. So we also got involved with the local stakeholders and helped and told them to join us to develop a plan on how the governance structure would be, who would host, because there were the chain of communities around there, who would host the nursery, who would host the plantation, how we get the labor force to also help us to establish this nursery. We also met the local youths and engaged them. I told them to volunteer. Although we gave them some stipend, it was just a few naira. Sometimes we gave them 500 naira a week, but it helped them to buy few things like Bibles, some notes, books. It's a help us to offset the opportunity cost of participating in the project. So although we depended a lot on the indigenous knowledge, we chipped in some few modern science with indigenous practices. For example, we told them how to arrange the rows of seedlings, how to design nurseries. We just put so few science in it, which was championed by their tradition. And we told them that it was not us that is going to save their sacred grove, but it was theirs. So they need to think outside the box. This community engagement took several weeks to months. They'll have some questions to ask, and then they will call me, even with just one question, because they were deeply suspicious. Because, as I was saying, it's government. We don't trust government. We don't trust government. But through regular engagements with them, seeing that they own the project, they decide, they tell us when and how they want it to be. They felt they had ownership of the project. But as I said before, the Nigerian factor happened. So for the past close to 10 years, I think Nigeria has been battling with double-digit inflation, and this has made budgeting very difficult. So during July of last year, our inflation soared to 33.4%. 33.4%. Let me use a practical example. So we budgeted about 1,000 naira to buy polythene bag, a dozen polythene bag for 1,000 naira. By the time we wanted to actually buy it, the price doubled. If you have projects that is financed by donors or investors, how can you budget that? It became so impossible. The transport fare, the cost of buying all the inputs we needed in the nursery doubled. So became not feasible for us to actually start operating this relatively small nursery. So the government did what government will always do. They wanted something to show for the camera. Said, okay, so you cannot do small nursery. Let's allocate this money to a bigger nursery, good for the cameras in Auchi. So Auchi was close by. So they gave gave the funds to another nursery. But we've already gotten the trust of the community. So what do we do? So Nigeria does not have a lot of certified seed vendors. That was also a huge problem. In fact, we concluded that we wanted to plant teak and mahogany. So although we could get a lot of seeds from everywhere, but if you get them and plant them, there is high mortality rates because there's no germination rates because they will not grow. So you wasted efforts, wasted your time and all. So you need to have a certified seed vendor to give you seeds that you are sure that will give you high germination rates. So we could not get them. They were far and few in between. So we did what we could, just get some few people to give us seeds. And we planted. And then, although mahogany, we got some thick the team did very well, but we did not get the result we wanted from the mahogany. We wanted up to 2,000 seedlings for mahogany. We could not get them. So um, we got a quarter of that. So that was a challenge. We also had a challenge because of the funding cuts. Our volunteers became discouraged, so to speak. So many of them have come to depend on this project for their educational expenses. 500 naira a week does goes far for some people. You could gather it and buy sandals. You could gather it across months to get sandals. You could use it to buy some exercise books on bio. You can use it to fund your lunch during a class, so during your school lunch. So it was a huge challenge, and some of the volunteers stopped altogether. And as a result, because we've already championed them to maintain what we had, the nursery fell and there was high mortality rates. So I went back to the community to tell them our challenge. There is funding shortage. Government will not be able to fund this project anymore. And they completely understood. It was as if they were expecting it because they knew the Nigerian factor. So they swung into action because they knew the importance of this sacred grove. It will give them job opportunities for the woodlots, while for the sacred grove, to help us to conserve our sacred grove, to keep it in pristine state. So the leadership, community leadership, the elders, the highness, they took control of the entire project. So we structured the governance system to say, okay, committee A in this our clan, so to speak, will give us 2 volunteers. Will give us this other one will give us 4 volunteers. So we were able to get volunteers to um, to help us to maintain this nursery. So we had to reseed some of these polyplots. We reseeded them, and then they helped us. So they ensured that the community, as I said before, took the leading role, helped us to also prepare the nursery and the planting sites in which we were going to raise our woodlots. So for me and my colleague, our work was simply to perform supervisory role. You can arrange it this way. What do I do this way? Will it make sense? So it helped. So the 3 communities that were involved in this were Makeke, Lakbese, and Bekuma. So after they raised this nursery, they transported it to Bekuma community, where they also created this. They created the woodlots in the Bekuma community. While for Lakbese community, they also took the mahogany seedlings, and took it to their sacred groves to plant. We did not follow them to plant because uh, they said that we were strangers and strangers are not allowed to enter into the sacred grove. But we had other means of monitoring and verifying if they planted it by asking some of the worshippers that go into the sacred groves to tell us the health of, not tell us everything that happened in the sacred grove, just tell us that plant that was planted there, did it grow? Yes or no? It is growing. Is it doing well? Yes or no? So we had other indirect means of monitoring the mahogany seedlings that were planted in sacred groves. While for the wood lots, a separate part, we were able to plant about 1 hectare of teak. Just teak. Teak grows very fast in that part. So under 2, 3 years, they could go there to harvest for firewood. It copies very well. It brings itself back again after it has been cut. It copies very well. So we met the committee and we decided that from now on, every year we try as much as possible to expand these woodlots so that because the community is expanding, people are giving birth and the need of opportunities. So we do as much as possible to also increase the uh, hectare, not to overwhelm the community. We decide to say, okay, let's do one hectare annually. So for the future, we hope that maybe the next 2 to 3 years, when the trees are a bit mature, they're not fully mature, but a bit mature, the people in the community can actually benefit from this, can actually benefit from the woodlots proper. We also believe that if we are to succeed, if we meet them and just say, okay, we are planted, okay, take off yourself. It will not, we have not set them up for success. We should develop innovative financial mechanisms that should help them to protect these their sacred groups and in their woodlands and help them to develop different strategies to restore them, even if the government is not available. Remember that it is this community by their own self, even after they've been disappointed by government, that champion this project on their own. Our sacred groups can also help our community if we use it and help them to develop and leverage green bonds so they can attract more investments. Part of that investment, we can also put it into restoration so that can other communities that are also be affected by this deforestation, especially in sacred group, can also have some investments to actually plant and enrich their sacred groves again. So I think it has been done in parts of Osho Oshogbo Sacred Grove. Osho Oshogbo Sacred Groves, that's why I wanted you to see the title page. The title page is not showing for some reason, but it's one of, it's, it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Tourists everywhere, they don't enter per se, enter into the deep forest per se, but they just come around to survey around and it gives the community tourism money. So if we could help these people to develop their sacred groves and help people, because there are not much natural forest around, because just give people a kind of preview of what sacred a natural forest looks like. It will help them to appreciate nature more. It's important that when they are getting this money from, when they are getting this money, that the community benefits directly. I know that using this Western governance structure, in which any money that is coming has to pass through anyone that is coming for compensating the communities for keeping their forest, generally pass through the government. I think that model does not work for us because people don't trust government. So we should have a way of directly, the community should find I think we have to develop a way for the community to directly benefit from any funds that is generated from their sacred growth. The government can also help the community to explore carbon credit opportunities so that they actually monetize their forest protection, forest preservation efforts, so that any efforts put into preserving these forests can be offset by them, by these funds. So what have we learned? If you waited up till now, what have we learned? We've learned that our indigenous wisdom is true and tested. They are not just folklore, they are profound reservoir of our ecological understanding. And it helps us to enhance our cultural resilience. And it's very sustainable. It's also important before we engage in any projects for us to have community buy-in. If you do it. If you say, okay, we have a project, let's just do it, and there's no community buying, the community does not have that emotional or cultural attachment to the project, and over time, that project, that ecological project, will fail because people will see it as opportunity, economic opportunity, and just go and do whatever they like with it. So it will force the project investors to put more resources to protect that ecological project, and it's not sustainable, and it's not built for long-term success. So it's important that we integrate science and tradition together when developing our governance structure, when developing our strategies for raising nursery, for planting, for doing any ecological project that involves the community. It's important that we put our indigenous knowledge. What do we believe in? I don't. Some people. I met some people a while back that said that all this talk of this Western talk of climate change, climate change, climate change, climate change. It does not work for Africa. Those messages does not work for Africa. I told people what usually works for Africa is tell us how it will affect our custom. It's not to tell them that because of climate change, you will not the weather becomes hot or they'll become flooding. They don't have any attachment to that. Although it makes sense, it will happen, they don't have any cultural attachment to that. So what you probably tell them if our sacred groves are destroyed, we don't have this our trees again, this our plants, these our trees again that we use for cultural activities. Our cultural activities will just die off like that. So having that cultural buy-in will also help our science to become better. So it's also important for us to also have to practice adaptive leadership. If we want to conserve anything, including including conservation, it's important we practice active listening. We are not going to lecture the community because we went to the best schools, we know all the sciences, we don't want to lecture them. We want to, as much as possible, help them, but by what? By listening, by having patience. As I told you before, I've had several meetings where the core question is just one, but I'll be called from wherever I am to come attend to that meeting. So community people are they may not have the best cars, they may not be wealthy, but they are very proud. So we must be able to have patience with them. We must be able to commit with them that we want to have a shared vision, a shared vision that we want to learn from them so that our projects will become better. By so doing, we are submitting ourselves to learn and unlearn in every circumstance. Restoration is not an optional endeavor. It is for our collective survival. Our sacred groves are living libraries of biodiversity and culture. And by protecting them, we are unequivocally guarding future, our children's future, and even our present. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for your presentation, sir.
You can just go from there. Just go to the get that you look like yes, it's here directly. So can you be from there? Okay, tell you now, big questions later. Just let me that in Dr. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. Would like to because of our time, we'd like to take questions from we'll have to take questions later. but we would like to
Okay.
bring in the next speaker, Dr. Onoja. So Dr. Onoja, Dr. Onoja, are you online, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir, Dr. Onoja.
Okay. So mine is just a goodwill message to pass on to the organizers and members of the SER. I want to just say that whatever, I mean,
Yeah. Sorry, sir, if you can enable your video so that we can see you, sir.
doing is quite an support. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So hold up. Okay, so I just want to say on behalf of the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, we are very happy to and proud to join the SCR and its members in commemorating this very important gathering. As the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, we continue to find ways where we partner with serious-minded society like yours for the conservation of biodiversity and the restoration of our degraded habitats. So what you're doing is aligns very well with our objectives, and we'll continue to partner with you in ways possible. So we'll continue to move our ecosystem to what it ought to be, so that it continue to provide the ecosystem service it ought to provide. So I wish you all the very best of this gathering, and I wish that everyone will have a fruitful and a very enjoyable time. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be there because I'm on other assignment here in Abuja, and but my heart is with everyone there. And congratulations to Dr. Excellence, Akeredolu, and all the organizers of this. Thank you very much, and God bless.
All right, thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Joya Bondre from African Learning House Foundation. So welcome to the Art and Craft exhibition. And it's so wonderful to see all of you here because I know you have created something out of your imagination, and it's so splendid to have you here. Art and craft is a wonderful piece. It's something we can do out of our mind and create something beautiful from waste to wonder. And I know I have your school here to present some of the craft work you've been able to do. So can I have the name of the school? Okay, the students from University of Lagos Staff School. And I am Mrs. Heboda Fates, a science teacher. And we also have the arts and craft teacher. We have our friends from the University of Lagos, so I would like to give it to the head boy. My name is Treasure, I was doing My name is Treasure, I'm going to talk about the art. First, what is waste? Waste is any material that is no longer useful and is very truly waste. These include paper, status, plastic, things, paper, and so on. What is this? The trend is in changing of waste material into like this house, we make use of cartons, straws, and carton to make it. The fruit basket, we make use of paper, gum, and other items to make it. And the stationery container, we make use of cartons, plastic, cardboard, and fluorescent paper. My name is Ayomi Bidu, and I'm going to be talking about ecological restoration. Ecological restoration is the process of assisting the recovery of ecosystems that have been degraded, damaged, or destroyed. It aims not only to rebuild natural environment,
but also to re-establish ecosystem functions such as water purification, biodiversity support, soil stabilization, and climate regulation. And I'm going to be talking about the Nigerian flag. It was made out of cardboard and straws, green and white straws, and also this tree. It was made out of plastic bottles and CDs. So we cut the plastic bottles and glued them to the CDs. And I'm going to be talking about this elephant. It was made out of different colors of straws and cardboard to make a beautiful artificial elephant. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So who can say we can't transform our plastic waste into something wonderful? Isn't that so? This is a very beautiful piece, as you can see, made from this school. And they have created something really, really nice out of their imagination. I want to thank you so much for your presentation. It was well run off, and we thank you, and we wish that some other time you'll be able to give us something extraordinary. Thank you so much. Yes, we also have other schools that will also be presenting, and while we wait for them, I also have a piece here. It's called the water cycle. This is a water fountain. It's also a very beautiful piece. It also talks about the ecosystem, how water evaporates from the floor down to the clouds, and it falls as droplets to the rocks, and it flows directly down to the sea. As you can see, the water that flows down also feeds all the animals, as well as the trees, the green grasses, the birds, and other animals that are well grounded. So you can see that the waterfall is a very beautiful piece. And all of these can come from nature. We also have the wall hangers. With these wall hangers, you can hang them on your home. All of these things are made from plastic waste. You can hang these as a very beautiful piece on your home. It's a wall decoration. So who says that we can transform plastic into something beautiful? Even though they cause a lot of harm to our environment, we can still recycle them, offset them to something beautiful and wonderful as this. So these are wonderful things that we can do with our plastic waste. So it was so nice being here. Like I said, my name is Joy Abonde from African Lending Hand Foundation, the art and crafts teacher and instructor. So next time we're going to have another beautiful piece like this. We'll also have other schools exhibits. While we wait for Watercrest School to do the exhibition, we just want to take a little pause for now while we have Watercrest School. Can we have the students for Watercrest School to... So while we wait for Watercrest School, we want to have other presentation. Thank you so much.
Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. To more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that has passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution.
Is it Ecological?
She's speaking online, right? Check if she's online.
Yeah, she's online. Dr. Rukayet, good afternoon or good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. Sorry, can you enable your video so that we can see you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fine. Yes. All right. So.
Next up, we're going to have Dr. Rukayat Kolosho. Dr. Rukayat Kolosho is a computer science academic with an MSc in Information Security and Computer Forensics, University of East London, and a PhD in Computer Science, specializing in Digital Forensics, University of Lagos. She has experience across education, government, social care, customer service, and industry, and has conducted research in digital forensics, all AI ethics, and ITGRC. She has mentored over 70 students, published academically, and is a member of the several professional bodies. She serves as secretary of the CONIMS Research Group and is the staff advisor for the Nigerian Association of Computer Students, University of Lagos chapter. Outside academia, Dr. Kulosho is active in her religious and community organization and continues to mentor both students and non-students. So let's welcome Dr. Rukayat Kulosho while she gives her speech.
Okay, thank you very much. Without further ado, I'll share my screen and give you an intro on today's topic. Because first one being AI ethics, fundamentals, and the second being tools that students and researchers alike can use for academic work. AI ethics, fundamentals. This is all about.
Sorry, can you start the slideshow or presentation mode?
I will just do.
Yeah, slideshow from current slide. Current slide, yes. Okay, all right.
So, AI ethics, fundamentals. It's all about how ensure that we use AI technology in a fair, trustworthy, and feasible, as well as responsible way. So, what is AI? And what AI is all about artificial intelligence and how it's being used in today's world. Now, we know that it has a part to but it should be used in an ethical and responsible way. So we need to understand that that AI itself can be used to shoot job, but we can use it to uplift humanity while respect and all value. That means that we should not get lost in the power of AI technology and become negligent to the reasonable and useful manner that we are supposed to conduct ourselves while we're using AI. So, what are the foundations? AI in ethics is actually the for creating technology that respects human dignity while promoting impact. So, by prioritizing the moral AI design and using, we must make sure that we spark the trust and unlock its full potential to make sure that we serve our community ethically and responsibly. So, brief historical background and evolution. From the initial curiosity to global conversations that evolved, it has become imperative that we need to learn how to integrate ethical reflection into every step
into
of
every step
AI
of AI
innovation.
innovation.
So
So
that
that
means
means
we must
infrastructure,
ensure
transparency,
transparency,
fairness,
fairness,
and
and
accountability.
accountability.
Because
Because these are the guides
that,
that,
oh
sorry,
sorry,
these are the
these are the
pillars
pillars
that
that
guide
guide
ethical
ethical
AI.
AI.
So by
So
fully
by fully
embracing
embracing
these
principles,
principles, we
ensure
ensure
that
that
the
the
developers
developers
make
build
systems
systems
that
that are
are
clear,
clear,
unbiased,
unbiased,
and
and
accountable.
accurate. So
So
what is
what is
bias and
bias and
fairness
fairness
in
in
AI
AI
about?
about?
First
First
of
of
all,
all,
bias
bias
in
in
AI
AI serves as a
serves as a
threat
threat
that
that
deepens
deepens
inequality and
inequality and
injustice.
injustice.
So once we
So once we
recognize
recognize
root,
root,
its root in data
its
and
root in data
design,
and design,
serves as the first
serves
step
as the first
towards
step
change.
towards change.
So when we now
So
confront
when
this
we now
bias
confront this bias
head on,
head on,
we'll protect
we
fairness and
protect fairness
make sure
and
that we build
make sure that we
AI
build AI
that truly serves
that truly
everyone
serves everyone
equally
equally,
without bias.
without bias.
Now,
Now,
techniques that are used
techniques
to
that are
detect
used
and
to
mitigate
detect and
bias.
mitigate bias.
These are all about
These are all
families of
about
innovative
practice of
tools
innovative tools
and
and
methods which
methods
enable us
which
to
enable us to
detect,
detect,
reduce,
reduce,
and
and
prevent
prevent
bias.
bias.
So we need
So
to
we need
ensure
to ensure
that
that
we
we
make full
make full
commitment
commitment
to
to
maintain
maintain
equity and
equity and
inclusion
inclusion, so
so that
that everybody
everybody will
will
feel
feel
involved
involved
and will
and
not
will
have
not
an
have an
inclusive
inclusive
environment
environment
that we
that we
operate from.
operate from.
So
So,
how do we ensure
how do we
fairness
ensure
across
fairness
diverse
across diverse
population?
population?
Fairness is all
Fairness is all
about making
about
sure
making sure
everybody
everybody
is
is
treated
treated
equally and
equally and
justly.
justly.
And in
And in
the
the
era of
era of
AI
AI
deployment,
deployment,
we
we
must make sure
must
that we
make sure that we
embrace
embrace
diversity
diversity effectively,
as well
as
as
well as
subject
subject
these AI tools
AI
and
tools
techniques
and
to
techniques
rigorous
to
scrutiny,
rigorous,
because it is
because it
from
is
there that we
from
can
there that we
ensure
can
that
ensure
AI
that
solutions
AI
work
systems work
all communities.
all communities.
So let us make
So
sure that
let
we
us make
serve
sure
as
that we serve
champions
as champions
to create
to create
inclusive
inclusive
technology that
technology that
empower
empower
every
every
individual.
individual.
And this will lead to a
And this will
world
lead to
where
a world
AI
where
truly
AI
serves
truly
humanity's
serves
shared
humanity's
future.
shared future.
Now, privacy and data
Now, privacy
protection.
and data
The first thing
protection. The
is
first thing is
we need to
we need to do.
first thing is about
First thing is
learning how
about
to handle
learning how to
personal
handle
data in a
personal
ethical way.
data in an ethical way.
And that means that
And that means
the
that
information we are managing
the information we are managing
must be pure,
must pure,
it must be given a
it must be
respectful
given a
regard,
respectful regard, and
and transparent processes that honor individual rights
maintained.
must be maintained.
So it is
So
when
it
we
is when we
prioritize
prioritize data
ethics,
ethics,
which
which
is
is
ensuring
ensuring
that
that
people's
data
data
is
is protected
protected and
and
the
the
privacy
privacy
is
is
maintained,
maintained, then we'll be able
and
to
build trust
talk
and
and
strengthen the foundation for AI innovation. And this will all lead to progress without compromising progress. Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So part of the issue of data privacy and protection is ensuring that we have the consent of the owners of the data. And transparency must be maintained in order to transform AI into a collaboration that is built on trust. So it is on this premise, you must make sure that any clients that you want to work with, let it be specifically clear that this information that you want to retrieve from them will be used for this purpose and this purpose only. Anything outside the purpose that is stated and the data collected is now used for them, that means you breached data ethics and the owner of the data can sue you. So it's not just about openness about data use. You must make sure that privacy is not just a policy that is paid lip service to, but it must be a shared value that drives ethical growth and mutual respect in the AI ecosystem. Now, how do we balance innovation with privacy concerns? Innovation and privacy should not be treated as opponents, but rather they should be treated as partners in progress, because it is by integrating privacy safeguards like anonymization that we can innovate boldly while protecting the rights of the data owner. So by this, we can balance responsible advancements that inspire confidence in both the user of the AI tool, the data provider, and it will also highlight our commitment to ethical excellence in AI usage and deployment. Now, accountability and governance. This is an area that people tend to overlook because there's responsibility that lies with the AI creators as well as the users. First of all, the creators must design with conscience, good conscience, and then the users in turn must apply AI wisely. So when we work together in a cohesive manner and with a united sense of responsibility, then it will allow us to ensure that AI elevates the society from which we operate in, and integrity is maintained, and shared dedication to what's right is protected. We also have to take into consideration the legal frameworks that serve as the backbone of ethical AI. For instance, here in Nigeria, we have some frameworks that need to be respected, like the GDPR that operates in Europe and the NDPR, that's the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, and the Nigeria Data Protection Act, because these frameworks, they protect individuals and push organizations to uphold fairness, transparency, and safety fueling so that we live in a future where AI innovation aligns with just and responsible governance. Now, in Nigeria, the Nigeria Data Protection Act, as well as the regulation, are overseen by some particular agencies. The regulation is overseen by NITDA, that's the Nigeria Information Technology Development Agency, while the Data Protection Act is overseen by the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. We also have some laws that can be applied to data protection, whether it's in terms of intellectual property or copyright. We have the copyright law, we have the intellectual property regulatory body also that operates here in Nigeria. So, in order to develop ethical AI policies and standards, that means we must take a step back and evaluate what is within our premise. For what purpose do we want to craft this policy? Because it is the purpose that will guide the shaping and crafting of the robust political ethical policies that will shape the path forward. So we look at the standards that are currently existing. How compatible are they to the environment from which we want to operate? What purpose do we want to use this standard? Because by making a consistent and conscientious effort to maintain trust, it will guide organizations to embed fairness, transparency, and safety into every AI solution. And this collaborative governance assists us in creating a powerful force for responsible and impactful innovations. So, in conclusion, we should note that the future of AI is quite bright, especially here in Nigeria. But when it's guided by unwavering ethical principles and it ensures that we are championing fairness, protecting privacy, and embracing accountability. And this will allow us to unlock AI's true potential to transform the lives of the citizenry. So we should look towards living with courage and commitment, crafting an AI-driven world where progress is measured by the good it creates for all. Thank you for this half of the presentation. So do you have any questions before we move on to the next presentation?
Any question from those online? Is there any question? I don't think there's any question for now. You can proceed to the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now, the second one is essential apps, top tools for students and academic researchers' success. In the realm of academia, we tend to discover different tools, techniques, and applications, especially mobile applications that are designed to empower students and academic researchers in their work. And these tools streamline your daily tasks, it enhances learning, and boosts productivity, making academic life more organized and rewarding. It also allows us to embrace technology to unlock our full potentials while achieving our educational goals with confidence. So, the first one is productivity boosters. We need. Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Time management tools. These tools allow us to master our schedules with apps that help us prioritize tasks and manage time effectively. And these tools offer features like calendars, reminders, as well as daily planning, helping us to stay on track and meet deadlines with ease. They also boost our efficiency and reduce stress by organizing our academic life smartly. One of them is note-taking and organization. This allows us to stay organized with apps that are designed for seamless note-taking, annotation, and content management. So if you're someone that prefers typing, handwriting, or taking audio notes, these apps will assist you in capturing your ideas clearly and keep your materials accessible anywhere. It also enhances your learning with structured and searchable notes. One of them I use very well is OneNote. It allows me to organize my thoughts very well. Now, we have the tasks and deadline trackers. These apps make sure that you don't miss an important deadline that because they allow you to monitor your assignments and projects. And these trackers are synchronized with our calendars and they send alerts, helping you to balance multiple responsibilities. It also allows you to keep your academic journey smooth by staying ahead of your workload and schedule. So these are some productivity apps. We have the Todoist, which is best for streamlined task management. We have Reclaim.ai, which is best for setting your daily planning on autopilot with intelligent tools for time blocking. We have Freedom, which is best for blocking distractions. Airtable, best for automating project management. Trello, for visual task management. Cave Day, for guided time boxing sessions, which enables you to power through an important monotask with shared accountability. We have Target Track, which is best for managing your focus. Zapier, which is best for automating steps in recurrent workflows. Otter.ai, which is best for managing audio files and meeting memos. Evernote, for keeping the information you need at your fingertips. And Obsidian, which is for building digital knowledge systems. Like I said, these are just some productivity apps at a glance. You can download them on your phone. Most of them, they're also available on the Play Store app. And whether on your laptops or on your phones, you can download them easily and synchronize them with some of your regular application packages. I personally have synchronized Otter.ai with my Zoom. So anytime I'm having Zoom meeting and I want to take notes, I grant Otter.ai access to it, and it allows me to it assists in summarizing the meeting or notes that have been taken. Now we go to the next part. Research helpers. This category are actually assisting us, like the academic databases and access, to gain instant access to vast academic resources and journals using specialized apps. They also explore cutting-edge research, allow us to stay updated with latest studies, and they support our projects with credible sources. So, as a researcher, you need to make sure that you start off in an efficient way by having the right materials at your fingertips. Some of them include reference and citation managers. These managers assist us in simplifying how to manage our references and citations. Okay. With intuitive apps that organize sources and generate bibliographies automatically for us. So when you want to write your project and you use these reference and citation managers, it can easily generate your reference list for you, as long as you use them in a proper way. For instance, if you're using Microsoft 365 application, when you open your Microsoft Word, there's a menu bar reference. Click on it. You see under the reference, under that particular section, the first thing you see is a table of contents. You can use it to create a table of contents easily. Moving further down that line, you see reference. Source. When you click on that, the information to cite, whether it's a book section, a journal, or a conference proceeding. It could be a thesis, it could be a white paper, it could be a technical report. You just need to select the relevant one for your citation purpose. And once you've put everything there, it will automatically insert it in the appropriate format, because there it will also allow you to choose the format, whether it is APA format, Harvard, IEEE, to mention a few. Once you select the right format for your reference style, it will input it in the body of your write-up appropriately. And then when you want to populate your reference list, it will automatically populate it as long as it's already been captured within the body of your write-up. So for data collection and analysis apps, we need to enhance powerful apps that simplify data gathering and analysis for our academic projects. So whether you're conducting surveys, recording observations, or you're analyzing data sets, these tools will provide intuitive interfaces and advanced functions for your usage. It also transforms raw data into meaningful insights to support your research with accuracy and efficiency. So, for collaboration and communication, when you work on group project platforms, these platforms accelerate teamwork with apps that are designed for seamless collaboration on projects. One of them that I used before was SharePoint, also by Microsoft. It's one of the apps that exist on Microsoft platform. With SharePoint, you have a group of people that are working on a particular project. You can use it to share information, hold your meetings, and just working around together to make sure that the project is executed properly. You also use it to coordinate tasks, share documents, and communicate effortlessly within a unified platform. And these tools increase productivity by keeping your group aligned and focused on common goals, making collective success achievable. Then, instant messaging and video calls. These apps allow you to stay connected with peers and mentors alike through instant messaging and video conferencing apps. These platforms will enable real-time discussions, quick feedbacks, and virtual meetings anytime, anywhere. They also enhance your academic interactions with clear communication and timely support. We are using one currently, Zoom. Our WhatsApp also, we can use it for instant messaging and video calls for a specific number of participants. For instant messaging, for your WhatsApp, you can have a couple of hundreds that are involved on that particular platform. But you now want to use it for video calls, it accommodates a lower number of people. You can also use WebEx for your video call meetings, hold your seminars, GoToWebinar. Those are all examples for video calls, instant messaging platforms that make you connected with your peers and mentors alike. Then our cloud storage for sharing. Our cloud storage, most of us or all of us have been using them. We have our Google Drive, we have our OneDrive, we have our Dropbox, to mention a few. They assist us in securely storing and sharing academic files using cloud storage apps. And these platforms offer easy access, version control, and collaboration features, thereby ensuring that the materials that you keep there are always available when you need them. They also empower your workflow with flexible and reliable file management. For instance, with me, I have most of my documents residing on both my Google Drive and my OneDrive, and a few residing on my Dropbox. Now, these apps are also synchronized with my phone. So if I need any documents, and I'm not with my laptop, but I need access to these documents, I just click on any of those drives on my phone and retrieve them accordingly. I also use my emails to store some important files and folders. So I also have access to them through my email. You could also use this on your own. Try it out and experience flexible and reliable file management. Now, these are the top 11 apps for researchers in 2025. We have 4Waves, which is a conference management software. Our Discovery, which is an AI tool for literature search. Lab Archives, which is an electronic lab notebook for those that are involved in lab works. SciSpace, which is an AI-powered research assistant. BenchSci, which allows us for the biological students to find antibodies and reagents. SciSure, which is an electronic lab notebook. Connected Papers, which explore academic papers. Papership, which is a reference manager. Gantt Pro, which is a Gantt chart software to organize projects. Trello for project management, and Notion, which is for a workspace to organize research projects. Like I said, these are just the top 11 apps for researchers in 2025. There are other apps that researchers and students alike can use. Now, learning and skill enhancement. In order for you to elevate your academic writing, you need to use apps that assist in grammar, style, and vocabulary. And these tools help to refine your expression, avoid errors, and boost clarity. So we should learn to embrace these apps to polish our papers and convey our ideas with impact. I use Grammarly very well. It's incorporated into my Microsoft application packages. I also use it when I'm working online. So it assists me to flag comments, statements, whether they'll be required grammar reconstruction or this vocabulary alike. It assists with those. Now, when you are studying or you want to revise your work, you need to maximize your retention with study apps that offer flashcards, quizzes, and personalized revision plans. Each person learns at different paces. So you cannot say you cannot use a one-size-fits-all plan. You need to study yourself, draw up your own personalized revision plan, and now deploy it. So these tools assist in creating engaging learning experiences that adapt to your own pace and style. It also allows you to achieve mastery by reinforcing knowledge efficiency in an efficient manner and build your confidence as well. Now, online course and tutorial platforms. Some of us have been using these platforms to expand our knowledge base. So you can expand your expertise through online courses and tutorials, which are accessible at any time. Some you have to pay for, but most have free versions. And these platforms provide diverse subjects that are taught by experts, thus allowing you to learn new skills or deepen your existing knowledge. So, as students and researchers alike, we need to invest in ourselves and stay competitive in our academic journey. So these are some examples of learning and skill enhancement apps. Duolingo, which is mainly to learn language. Coursera for professional growth. Khan Academy, which is a free education of. Blinkist, which is a platform for quick learning for people that live busy lives. Skillshare, which is for creative growth and business skills. Udemy, which allows you to learn at your own pace. LinkedIn Learning, which is mainly for career development, advancement, as well as for networking. So in conclusion, when we embrace these essential mobile apps, they empower students and researchers alike to excel. So from using productive time management tools to achieve collaborative success and continuous learning, the right tools platform will transform challenges into opportunities. So why don't we take this giant step forward confidently by integrating technology into our academic lives, and it will allow us to unlock our highest potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rukayat, for your presentation. We've seen where we need to use technology in anything that we're doing. It was very informative and clear. We really appreciate your presentation. Next up, we want to have Dr. Ebele Amarachi. Dr. Ebele Chinelo Amarachi is a senior lecturer in agricultural economics and a research fellow at REPRC, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. She holds a PhD in agricultural economics with specialization in natural resources and environmental economics. Her research covers climate change, water, energy, fishery, forestry, and gender in environmental studies. She has led and contributed to major funded projects on food, flood risk adaptation, water scarcity, soil conservation, REDD, fishery and climate smart agriculture, supported by TETF Fund, EDF/XIDA, Future of Ocean, and DFID, the recipient of the 2022 Peter Bags Best Decision Paper Award and the Fellow of Awards. Dr. Amarachi has published widely on climate, vulnerability, flood loss, and damage, COVID-19 impacts on farming, fishery, performance, and plastic waste behavior. Her work continues to influence environmental, economic, and policy in Nigeria and beyond. So we want to leave the stage for Dr. Ebele Amarachi to give us her presentation.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I want to thank the UNILAG Students Association for Ecological Restoration for asking me to present. I thank Dr. Excellence for this opportunity. My presentation is titled Promoting the Role of Youth in Ecological Restoration in Urban Setting Using Nature-Based Solutions. Sorry, give me a moment, please. So, together with my colleagues, Dr. Ibeli, Professor Chukwuna, and Dr. Rano, we are presenting this. And this is the outline of the presentation. I've been with you since yesterday, so I know you've heard so much about this, but we can't stop talking about it, that there is a lot of degradation happening as we seek to be developed globally, national level, at whatever scale. Degradation takes place. Our lands are converted from the natural uses to other uses that compromise its ability to sustain ecosystems. So about a third of global farmland is degraded, and for wetland area, inland wetlands have disappeared since 1700. In the fishery sector, a third of our commercial fish species are overexploited, and degradation is affecting the well-being of 32 billion people, which is 40% of the global population. So when ecosystems are degraded, then several people cannot. Sorry, excuse me. Are you still seeing my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. We can see your slide. Oh, but you have closed it now. You need to share your slide. We can see it before.
Okay. I don't know what happened now. Sorry, I'm going to.
Yeah, if you can open the slide and then share.
Okay.
Okay, now we can see it. Now if you can start slideshow.
Okay. Sorry about that.
All right, we can see now.
So several people derive their livelihoods from the natural system. So when it is degraded, their well-being becomes compromised. So we lose ecosystem services that is worth 10% of the global economic output. And these are very serious statistics that we should be concerned about. In Africa, we are blessed with so many resources. We have forests, woodlands, arable land, mountains, coastal lands, freshwater systems, and desert land. But only 10% of Africa's land has soil of good quality to support 400 million people. And that's a serious one because we know that the livelihoods of a good percentage of Africans rely on natural resources, chiefly agriculture. So land degradation is taking place also in Africa in terms of soil erosion, desertification, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And for us in Nigeria, we can identify with that as well. Our forest resources are degraded. Our water resources, both freshwater and coastal, marine water resources are also degraded. And as a result, we are suffering biodiversity loss. We're also experiencing pollution. So in Africa, desertification affects about 46% of the land area. And the rate of loss of forest is put at 3.9 million hectares per year, based on FAO estimates. And for us in Nigeria, the deforestation rate is 0.72% and 2.38%. So these are serious matters. It means that in time to come, we'll lose our forest land if critical action is not taken seriously. And then for urban environment and ecosystem, by 2050, which is about 25 years from now, 2 out of 3 people globally will be living in towns and cities. 2050 is 25 years down the line. 2 people out of 3 will be living in towns and cities, and it has serious implications that we'll see shortly. Urbanization, which is the process by which urban areas developed. Urban areas are areas with concentrated population, where facilities are concentrated, maybe electricity, good road networks, water systems, industries are sited, jobs are available, and so on. So the process at which urbanization is happening is much globally. And that process threatens sustainable resource management. Urbanization involves demographic growth and change. The population structure changes. In urban areas, you have more of, especially for instance in Nigeria, the youthful population, and so on, and it has implications. That means there is room for more population expansion, They will get married, have children, and the demand for resources will increase. We aspire for economic growth, but it comes with some impact on our environment also. We want economic growth so that our well-being will be enhanced and so on. But processes by which economic growth occurs also impact on the environment. So in urban areas, there are changing patterns in food demand. In fact, not even only in urban areas. The kinds of foods that we demand, we want fast foods, packaged foods, and so on. And those kinds of foods also have implications for our environment, our ecosystem. So expansion of cities and multiplication threaten ecosystems. I've already talked about it, as these processes drive large-scale conversion of rural to urban landscape. For urban areas to expand, lands will be cleared, roads will be built, houses will be built, and so on. And that means we are going to clear the natural environment. If that place used to be a forest or shrub land, it's going to be cleared so that those development structures can be put up. In urban areas, we also experience soil sealing and impervious materials. When we build, it covers our surface areas, the ecosystems there are compromised. So and there is densification of the built up area. In that picture, you can see a lot of structures around, and that has implications for ecosystem. So urban areas grapple with multiple sustainability and resilience challenges stemming from climate change, biodiversity loss, and rising human population. Here, the development strategies for urban areas rarely incorporate ecosystem-based strategies and planning, especially for developing countries like Nigeria. The plans for urban area development really bring into bear the fact that we need to sustain our, as much as possible, ecosystems. So the aspirations for sustainable development are connected to the integrity of natural resources and the environment. If we want to develop sustainably, then we have to mind the integrity of natural resources and the environment. Therefore, it is important to conserve and use these natural assets equitably to support human well-being and development. So, already you've heard so much about ecosystem services. Even the primary children were showing some projects around it. But I believe we can keep talking about it so that it will reinforce our learning. They provide multiple economic and ecological benefits. I'm talking to students of ecology mainly, so you already know these things. So there are services that nature provides to humanity that directly or indirectly improve society's well-being. And we know what an ecosystem is. It's a complex interaction between plants, animals, microorganisms, communities, and their non-living environments when they interact as a functional unit. So for us to have life on Earth, we need our ecosystems to be functioning very well, because it provides myriad services to us. And some of those services are listed here. We have what we call provisioning services. I'll be fast, you already know this. Through the ecosystems, we get food. Whether we go to the wild to collect or we domesticate plants, that is agriculture to produce. Agriculture is an ecosystem-based activity. So the food we eat, just think about the wide area of food that you eat. It comes from the environment. We get wood, we get medicines from the environment. We get fiber and genetic materials. They help to maintain genetic materials. They also perform regulatory services like climate regulation, water purification, nutrient cycling. When the leaves from trees drop, when animals pass out their waste and so on, those things are cycled in nature, in the soils, and it becomes nutrients for growth of another plant. You know all that in ecology courses. Ecosystems help in waste treatment, they help in erosion regulation, and then they provide cultural services like recreational services, spiritual. One of the presenters earlier today was talking about grooves, cultural grooves or something like that. Those are things for some people, they represent spiritual endowments that they want to relate with all the time. They also provide educational services. Environments provide also support services. It's a habitat for organisms to survive. So these are examples of some particular ecosystem services. For our interest, because you're in Lagos, your school is in Lagos, the coastal and marine environment is important to you. And the oceans cover more than 2/3 of the Earth's surface. For us in Nigeria, the coastline is about 850 kilometers, and about 9 states are coastal states. And we know that around those coastal areas, there is usually human settlements. In fact, some of them are cities, big cities, urban areas, for like your Lagos. So marine environments contain complex and diverse ecosystems. So many ecosystems in the marine system, and they play central role in both chemical and biological cycles. They also provide food, feed, fertilizer. We can identify with all that, and tourism. This picture is actually from your coastal area in Lagos. I got it. So we have a coastal wetlands, like mangrove wetlands. This is not mangrove, this is a sea palm. Macroalgae, seagrass, shellfish reefs, and so on. And the services they provide is coastal protection, fishery production, pollutant removal, and blue carbon capture. Then we have our freshwater systems. Again, this picture is from a freshwater system in Emboy State. You can see the water body, you can see the forest area around it. These are all rich ecosystems, and it provides food, water. It's fresh water that we use in the households for different uses. They support agriculture. They also provide cultural services, transport, and aesthetics. And of course, we have the forest ecosystem that provides so many benefits, just like we have listed: food, wild fruits, and so on. It's a habitat for so many species, plant and animal species. Provides regulatory services, moderating air temperature, nutrient recycling, and cultural services. All these ecosystem services contribute to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. You must have heard about the SDGs. You have 17 goals. Every one of them has a relationship to ecosystem services. So it is important that we restore our ecosystems, particularly in the urban areas. It will add to poverty reduction. It will help to promote food security, promote good health and well-being. Some people, just by going to seaside or visiting forests, they become rejuvenated, clean air around there and so on. They get rejuvenated, feel better to continue life. So the United Nations General Assembly declared 2021 to 2030 the decade of ecological restoration. That you already know, in recognition of the fact that the way we are pursuing development, the way we are living life, the choices and decisions made by governments, it's overwhelming the environment. So this decade was declared a decade for ecological restoration. So It's embedded, ecological restoration is embedded in many important global and national environmental and climate policies. So many policy documents now include ecological restoration because of this flagging of it as being important. Even our Nigerian policies, some of them have embedded ecological restoration. So it's been ecological. One of the ways of achieving it is a nature-based, what we call nature-based solution. And it's been increasingly enlisted for more sustainable development. What are nature-based solutions? They are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore ecosystems, while at the same time enhancing well-being. So any action that will help to protect our environment, our ecosystem, that will help to manage it sustainably, that will help to restore our ecosystem in such a way that it will enhance well-being. And it has to contribute to three key areas of social, economic, and of course the environment. Then we can call such an action a nature-based solution activity. It's also characterized by the use of nature in tackling challenges, such as, so some of the problems we can use NBS to solve is climate change, food security or food insecurity issues, water resource degradation, disaster risk management. So we can apply NBS for these and many more. And it's just ways to conserve and use the biodiversity in a sustainable manner. So the call for action, this decade call for action for ecological restoration is a call for everyone, including young people, to massively accelerate global restoration of degraded ecosystems, to fight the global warming crisis, to promote food security, to provide clean water, and to protect our biodiversity. So many organizations are already involved. Your society is already, that's your main trust, Society for Ecological Restoration, UNILAG chapter. So there are so many other associations, societies, institutions also involved, both at the local and at the national level. But there is more to be done. In the urban setting, nature-based solutions that can be listed include planting of trees and shrubs, home gardens, urban forestry, types of forestry, including agroforestry, that is including trees. The picture by the right, we see somebody with some plants, mixture of plants, and then you see some plantain in the background. That's a form of agroforestry. It's around Onitsha city in Anambra State that I got this picture. So around cities, city fringes, people can do some of these things. We also have green roofs and walls, expanding floodplains, urban parks and green spaces, rainwater harvesting, bioswale for stormwater capture, and so on. So it includes adding green and blue spaces in the urban landscape. By green, we mean green things, that's green plants. Blue is water. So maybe artificial water spaces can be pools, can be added in urban areas. We can have parks, relaxation parks, trees, flowers, plants, shrubs are retained there. We can even have something like this in the picture. This is a car park, not a recreational park, a car park, but they have used trees as shades for the car. Further down, it's not showing. Further down, they have an artificial shade, but this one we're seeing shade from the trees. These are ways in urban areas that we can also incorporate nature-based solutions. Okay. So urban greening helps to combat urban heat island effect. Urban heat island effect is where I'm sure we experience it. In urban areas, you find that it gets hotter than If you go further remote places, peri-urban areas or even rural areas, those are cooler because there are trees that help to regulate the climate. But in urban areas, because those trees have been removed, the population is dense, there are buildings and other structures. So those things cause what we call the urban heat island effect. So, but NBS helps to, through urban greening, help to reduce that heat effect. We also talk about green infrastructure, and it is defined as strategically planned network of natural and semi-natural areas with other environmental features designed and managed to deliver a wide range of ecosystem services, such as water purification, air quality, space for recreation, and climate mitigation and adaptation, and management of weather impacts. So green infrastructure is using, for instance, the bioswale I mentioned before, where there is flooding, urban flooding, channels can be constructed using our typical infrastructure means, but then we can now put plants around it so that they can also help to absorb the water, help to purify the water as it flows and so on. So that would be a green infrastructure. We also have wetland restoration, which includes actions like mangroves restoration, seagrass and wheatgrass. We talked about this earlier when we were talking about the coastal ecosystem. It can contribute to climate change mitigation. So NBS has the potential to address social, economic, and ecological sustainability. For instance, when you do agroforestry, you add trees, annual crops, maybe you also add animals. It means that the household can have food all through the year. When the tree crops are maturing, maybe the annual crops are no longer maturing, producing fruit, then they can rely on the ones from the tree crops, sell excess, earn income, and then use it to buy other food that they need. So there are innovations that hold potential to drive wider urban transformation. So the role of youth in urban restoration. The youth present a great opportunity for ecological restoration. I don't need to talk too much because you're already doing that in your society. But you know, most of what I have, I believe, is what you're already doing, but you can extend what you're doing to other institutions. I'm going to talk about that. So youth are people between 15 and 35 years. In Nigeria, the youth are more than 60% of the population. So strategies towards managing our land resources should involve meaningful engagement with a wide range of stakeholders, including our youth. Young people have been identified as agents of change. You bring about change, you have fresh ideas, you have fresh energy that you bring into bear in things. Engaging youth in ecological restoration projects and related activities might help to chart a path for them in environmentalism and advocacy. When young people, yesterday I observed school children, primary school children, they were there, they did some things, people asked them questions and they contributed, they acted drama and so on. Now, some of them are going to toe that line in future. Think about careers around the environment in future just because of this exposure that you gave them. Youth can bring positive energy and enthusiasm, I've already said it, that motivates different stakeholders to act. By the way, this is urban agriculture. This is Enugu State. I captured this lady. She was harvesting to go to market. The market is very close by, artisan market. So she just cuts and then goes to market and sells. So the ways that we can engage youth, like I said, what you're already doing, engaging with youth in schools, ecological clubs, career awareness talks, use of online and media tools. The session we just had was on the use of AI. Some of those examples that she enumerated can be harnessed to use an advanced awareness on ecological restoration amongst your peers. Yesterday and today, we watched films on ecological restoration. So these are ways, if you have those films, you can go back, like when you're on holiday, maybe you don't even live in Lagos, in some other city, you can get together youths and show them those films, and that will add to their awareness. And when they know, then they can also act. Youths can engage in advocacy with governments. They can contact elected government officials at local government level, at state levels, and even at national level to find out their position on environmental conservation issues. You can ask them questions. We are operating a democracy, and democracy is for the people, by the people. So you go and book appointment and ask some questions and conscientize them to include the environment in their decision-making processes. But one of the first things to do is to inform yourselves. That you're already doing, first of all, by the fact that most of you are studying the course, and then that you have this kind of society club, and you have awareness, you have sensitization, you have trainings that take place. But then other youths who don't have this platform you have should inform themselves. They should increase their awareness of ecosystems, ecological restoration, NBS, and the like. They should contact relevant organizations. There are relevant organizations. Earlier today, the representative of the Nigerian Conservation Foundation gave his goodwill message. That is a very relevant stakeholder. So you can engage with them as a club, keep up engaging with them. He said a lot of things, which I hope you people will cash in on to pursue. Okay, so you get to know what they are doing, see the spaces there are for youth participation, and do that. Even at international level, there are so many organizations that you can even subscribe to their newsletter, and then you'll be receiving their newsletter. Most of them are educational in nature. You learn one thing. Sometimes they'll have a workshop or training free online, and you can join because you've got to know about it. And you need to learn how local, state, and national government decisions affect the environment. Learn the processes they go through to reach their decisions. Learn what their goals are, and find out the opportunities for youth involvement. Then on a personal note, you have to review your habits and lifestyle. Some of the habits that we retain also encourage the degradation of the environment. We use materials that are harmful to the environment. Yesterday, I heard some talk on plastic use and so on. Yes, it's a very big threat, especially in urban areas. When you move around urban areas, streets, locations, even in households, a lot of single-use plastic, waterproof, so on, litter the place. And most of them, especially for you in Lagos, in fact, I and my colleagues, we did a study on plastic pollution, marine coastal plastic pollution. They eventually end up in water, either fresh water or coastal areas. And it has been found, some studies have found that fish get to swallow it, other organisms in the water get to swallow it, and then it creates problem for them. So we need to change our lifestyle, find alternatives, reduce the usage of some of those things, use energy conserving appliances, avoid products that reduce the natural resource base. And then, like we talked about, raise awareness through sensitization and education. This your conference is awareness raising conference too. You can invite your friends whenever you have it. Next year's Zoom, start early, invite friends from other institutions to join in online. Since you have a hybrid mode, you can join in and learn from it. You can even have awareness raising campaigns. Go to classrooms during their free period, talk to them, other departments that are not environment related, raise their awareness on these issues, and then develop educational materials. Then institutional perspective for youth participation. Nigeria has a national youth policy, and it advocates the participation of young people in governance and in some sectors, but not much is spoken about the environment. So it's something that a society such as yours can engage with at the national level. The Federal Ministry of Youth engage with them to create so that when next they are developing the policy, it will be explicit about ecosystem conservation. The role of youth in ecosystem conservation will be part of what they are talking about. So many policies do not explicitly address youth participation. So you can engage with the various sectors, either at the state or at the national level, to see that over time they put space for youth participation. So this is a level of youth participation from a UN document. You see that there is one, youth is consulted. You ask an organization, yes, we are mainstreaming youth in what we're doing. But when you look closely at what they're doing, they consult youth for their ideas and perspectives. Youth are able to influence process and outcomes, but they don't have direct control. That's a level. Another level is that youth are contributing. They contribute in a limited role, such as designing or implementing a specific aspect of a project. The youth are able to influence process and outcomes without having direct control. Then the next is youth as partners. Youth are engaged in an active partnership and an open dialogue in all stages. The youth are able to influence, challenge, and engage with both the process and the outcome. The youth as leaders and champions, which is where we want you to get to. Youth are responsible for all segments, from initiation to planning to implementation and evaluation. Youth identify the issues of concern and control the process and outcomes. So getting to this level it's not easy. So it's as you advocate, as you engage with elected government officials or whatever leaders in whatever sphere, as the case may be, you keep pushing until you get to this level. And then for government officials, they should also work at allowing you to participate at this level. In conclusion, the youth constitute a huge potential for promoting ecological restoration, both by their number and characteristics. They possess the dynamics to drive environmental integrity and sustainability to the future generation. We already said that they are about 60% of the population. That is huge. And they are the generation that will pass on to the third generation. So it's important that they are involved in issues around ecological restoration. But we find that current policies and programs do not adequately mainstream youth participation. But through advocacy and networking, youth can bring desired change in governance mechanisms to provide platform for effective participation. As future custodians of our planet, the youth stand to lose the most if the environmental crisis is not abated. Recommendations. So, institutions and governments should mainstream youth involvement explicitly in relevant policies. They should support meaningful participation and partnership, build capacity of youth and networking opportunities, provide funding and technical support. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Dr. Gelia Marachina. We really enjoyed your presentation. It was well grounded. I'm sure we've learned one or two from your presentation. And next up, we'll be having the arts and craft presentation. And this will be handled by me. So good afternoon, students, teachers, and fellow guests. My name is Abonde Joy from African Learning Hand Foundation. I am an arts and craft creator. I turn waste into wonders. So today, our exhibition, we are going to address a topic that addresses on transforming waste into wonders by embracing sustainability through upcycling. If you take a look towards our environment, you notice that we are faced with a problem, and that problem is plastic waste. These plastic waste are littered all over the environment, thereby causing harm towards us and our environment, even causes us some health problems, and even in the future. So this waste is actually choking our planet and our environment, causing so much worries for us as humans. So as artists, educator, and change maker, we are transforming waste into wonders. Upcycling shows that discarded materials can become something new, something beautiful. Through art and creativity, we can reduce waste, promote sustainability, inspire change. So therefore, let's work towards reducing plastic use, reuse, and upcycling material by making sure that these plastic waste are being transformed to something wonderful. Here with me is some of the artwork we can use plastic to do. Whatever waste we have, this is a water cycle, or you can call it a waterfall. It's a combination of a waterfall and a water cycle. You can see that when water evaporates, it's been transformed to the clouds and it falls down as rain towards the oceans, whereby all of the inhabitants can benefit from the birds, from the trees, and from the flowers, and the green grasses. You can see what plastic waste can do for us. We can transform by upcycling this waste into something so beautiful. It doesn't have to do with our imagination, our thinking faculty. When we want to create something as amazing as this, we just need to have this thought in our head. And as we create these things, it will be transformed to as a beautiful piece, as you can see. We also have another artwork created by me as well, the wall hanger. And it's made from plastic. These are straws and other materials that are used. All of these things are waste, but you can see how amazing it has been transformed. So, even though this plastic can cause harm to our environment, still, it can still be transformed into something wonderful. So we also have some schools here to exhibit the work of art that they have created as well. We want to call Blossom Watercress School. Can we have Blossom Watercress School to come up stage to do their presentation? Okay, sorry, it's Blooming Watercress School. Sorry for the mix-up. So we have Blooming Watercress School with us, and they've done a wonderful artwork that is so amazing, and it's very beautiful. And we're going to have someone, a representative of Blooming Watercress School, to do this presentation. Her name is Flourish is here to give us this presentation. So Flourish, can you tell us what this artwork is all about?
It's all about the way we are polluting our environment and the need of ecological restoration. So what I have here now is a sea here, just a little stream here. Before we used to have a large amount of stream, but because of the way we pollute the water, as can see there are some trash in the water. We don't have a good way of trashing out or disposing our waste, and they end up in the sea, and they divert into microplastic, which are very bad for the fishes. That is why we don't even have enough fishes in the water. And over here is plastic in our environment. Everywhere we go, everywhere we are, there are plastic everywhere. Our homes, our school, church, malls, everywhere there is plastic. And here there is a heap of plastic and a girl disposing plastic here. So what made me draw this over here is because I live at the back of the market. And each time when I'm coming to school, I used to see a very big, huge head there where the market people they dispose things. So here we also have factory where smokes come out and disturb the environment. And this is not quite good for the environment for people that are asthmatic. So over here now is a tree. There used to be a lot of tree in Lagos before, but because of building constructions, everybody wants to build house. They forget about ecological restoration. And why this tree here is surviving is because the stream here used to be big. Because of it has shrink. That is why this tree here is surviving. There are no more trees as it used to be before. And here is a farm. What this farmer here is planting is not growing because of death. Even in his farm self, there is trash everywhere. And he's just trying to plant small things, checking if they can grow. But the one that he's using to plant is from this stream here. And this stream has microplastic inside. So once he plants here, it can't grow. And even if it grows, it's going to be bad for the economy. Thank.
Wow, is this not amazing? This is all down the stage. So even though our environment is unsafe, we can remove all of these plastic waste and transform them into beautiful pieces like this. Thank you so much, Ulrich, for this presentation. It was really understood. Thank you so much. All of you that have come up stage to represent Lotham Water Crystal. Blooming Water Crystal. Thank you so much. And up next, you educate us about education and awareness of sustainability. We're going to have the CEO of African Lending Hand Foundation, Mr. Ayo Afolabi, to talk about education and awareness in sustainability. Can we have Mr. Ayo Afolabi from African Lending Hand Foundation?
Thank you very much for having me around. Like you said, I'm Ayodele Afolabi. I'm privileged to be the founder and CEO of African Lending Hand Foundation. African Lending Hand Foundation is an environmental advocacy NGO, and the past 2 years we have collaborated with mainly primary and secondary schools in Nigeria and most importantly in Lagos, educating students on awareness and how to keep the environment clean. And before I go into what I have, let me use the opportunity to thank the Society for Ecological Restoration, University of Lagos, for the privilege we have to partner with them on this occasion. We have been together since the day before yesterday when we started with the sports, and yesterday also, and having to be here today again, another privilege. Thank you very much, Dr. Excellence, for putting up this amazing program. And I want to say that we will be happy to have the opportunity to be part of it next time. So I'm talking about the role of education, in sustainability. Actually, You cannot sustain or you cannot protect what you don't know and what you don't know the value of. What I mean is, you need to know the reasons why a particular thing needs to be protected or needs to be preserved or needs to be restored. And that is one of the things we do at African Learning and Foundation. We have a mechanism in place where students and the populace talk about how to take care of the environment. So it's an honor to stand here to talk about this. And let me appreciate once again, why we are here, the opportunity to be here. So now let me go straight to my book. I don't have it on a slide, but let me go straight. First, why is education and sustainability important? Like I said earlier, without such meaningful education, people don't know what to do. And like in African Learning, I will concentrate on that teaching aspect. Because when we talk about environment, it starts from that small sweet that baby needs. Right for a baby of 2 years, you buy a wrap of sweet, and the nylon is just discarded away. Where does it go to? It goes into the environment. If it is not well taken care of, in the next 25 years, that same nylon of that sweet will be there in the environment. So it's not just to take care, we need to know that our actions are very, very important. So when we talk about sustainability, we're not merely discussing environmental protection, we're talking about a philosophy of living responsibly. It is an aspect of taking care of our environment. So one has to respect that there's what we call ecological boundaries, while we ensure human well-being. So as long as we want to take care of the environment, and to achieve this, we must understand why sustainability matters and how their daily choices contribute to and undermine the understanding that begins with education. Another aspect of it is sustainability education builds conscious citizens. When a person knows what the effects of his action, you know what to do and how to go about it. And that's one aspect that is lacking in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. At African Learning and Foundation, we try to build a society that is well informed about the consequences of our action. Like I said, we concentrate on teachers, on students, on workers, and we engage community leaders and also policymakers, and most importantly, business owners that produce this waste, so that you can know what to do about climate change, biodiversity loss, population, resource depletion, which are things that are happening negatively to the environment due to our action. And at African Learning and Foundation, we have been first. We have been kind of the first-hand awareness that inspire people to transform, or that transform people on what they need to do. Fortunately, in the last 1 year, we have reached over 25 different schools in Lagos State alone, and that has given us the opportunity to speak with over 1,000 students. So these over 1,000 students have been engaged in different activities, community cleaning, environmental pollution practices, things that have to do with the environment and how to keep the environment clean, and it has had a tremendous effect on them. So the education is very, very important, and awareness is key in order to change, to restore the environment. Another aspect is creating behavioral change. Personally, I attend a school, a secondary school, where it is a crime to drop a nylon on the floor. In fact, I can remember that somebody was given 2 weeks suspension for dropping biscuit nylon on the floor. And that created that awareness in us that tomorrow my children will see biscuit nylon, sweet wrappers in my bag and ask me, Daddy, why are you eating this? I am not used to dropping it on the floor because I was taught that is a crime when I was in secondary school. So I created what's called a behavioral change. So if we are able to carry out good education about what needs to be done, it can be a lifelong learning for individuals and us able to take care of the environment. And that is what we seriously believe in. And this is a function that governments, commercial organizations, and different institutions should come together to work on, making sure that people have the right information that is required in order to train people very well on what it means to take care of the environment. So that is why I commend the SER UNILAG chapter for their hands-on activity. Like David Forrest said, you are the spirit of UNILAG to do a cleanup. It's a wonderful thing to do. And also, thanks to Loma for being a supporter of that arrangement. They donated materials that were used. So when we're talking about it, it's not just about restoration, our actions, what we practice, what we believe we do, especially across Africa. In Africa, it is part of us to take care of our environment. Well, it is our culture to take care of the environment. For example, in the early days, people take turns to sweep the road that leads to the market square. It is a community work. The men take time to clear the road that leads to the stream. It's a community work. It's our culture. It's part of us. But unfortunately nowadays, when you see somebody trying to clean the street, you think, what is he doing? So when we are able to go back to those culture for the sake of the environment, can have a better place for our people, for ourselves, and for the generation to come. So together we need to amplify our impacts. Together we can mobilize more young people to work with for the environment. And together we can shape a continent where sustainability is not just a trend, but sustainability will become a culture that we can be proud of. We watch film, we travel abroad, and we see the streets of London, the streets of Dublin, the streets of Paris, very clean. They are humans like us. They take out time. They are what we call community service, hours of community service. And since this is an academic institution, I also want to encourage those in academic institutions to consider this as part of. I think the right word I want to use admission processes. If you are getting admission abroad, they ask you for hours of community service. So if in Nigeria, for example, a student that want to get admission to university needs 6 hours of community service before you can get admission as part of the criteria, you will see that more young people will be willing to work for the environment and make sure that the environment is in good place. So it's one of the things that we can do to make sure that that culture of thinking of environment is something that we can do on. So let's all of us stand firm and speak well in the right direction. Let me also talk about the role of young people. The young people hold the power to define African environment future because they are the owner of that future we're talking about. So your creativity, your energy, the innovation you're able to bring in, whether online or offline, people are very invaluable assets. And sustainability is not just an academic concept, it's a daily responsibility that must be carried out by everyone. So let your actions speak. Let your projects inspire. Let your voice remind leaders that the earth is not inherited from our ancestors. It is borrowed from our children who are going to use it in the future. On the final note, I have a call for action for everyone who is listening to me, that as we gather here today, we should not just take responsibility as an event, but instead, we need to see sustainability and environment as a lifestyle, as a way of life, as our culture, as a way of doing things. At the demand, that means that we need to have a commitment, the consistency that is required, and the compassion for the environment and for the generation of one. So let us teach more people, let us raise awareness, let us empower more communities, let us continue to restore what has been damaged, our forests, our wetland, our soil, our air, and even our own conscience about how we take care of the environment. That's been damaged. We need to work on it so that our conscience can see how to work on the environment. At African Learning Hand and as an individual, we believe firmly that with education and awareness, we can build a resilient, environmentally conscious Africa, one community at a time. Thank you, and may this conference start greater action for ecological restoration and sustainability development. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayo Falabi from African Learning Hand Foundation. He has said it all. Our environment needs to be clean. We need to advocate for the betterment of our environment. We shouldn't just throw plastic waste and litter it all over the places. We want to keep it clean, recycling, and keeping the environment clean should be our watchword. Thank you so much, Mr. Falabi. Next up, we're going to have Dr. Benini. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing his name correctly. Dr. Benini Shobamoro. Dr. Shobamoro studied mechanical engineering at the Polytechnic of Ibadan, graduating among the top 5 students before continuing at the University of Lagos. where he earned his BSc in 2006, NCE in 2009, and top of his class. And he had a PhD in 2013, completed his 3 years within a perfect 5.0 CPA. Wow, this is really amazing. He's now an associate professor of energy system, modelizing, simulating solution for homes and industry, consults on renewable energy and review for top international journals with over 360 published papers. He has received multiple grants and is ranked among the top 2% of scientists worldwide by Standard University. We just imagine. This is so great. So we want to have Dr. Bellini to give us his presentation. Sorry for the mess up. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me or see.
We can hear you loud and clear. We can see you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I've been busy with some work and I've been following the lectures and the conference. Actually, I'm an energy professional, let me say energy expert. And one good thing about the energy is let's say the major thing that we normally face in energy is conservation of environment. I don't know if you can hear me. So when we want to design energy system, we normally have this challenge that how can we meet the energy need of the society at the same time, how can we conserve the environment? So that has been our major challenge because we are not going to solve one problem and create another one. So like I used to tell my students in the class that somebody was talking to people and they were feeling hot in the environment and they said, okay, they should put on the AC. Why they put on the AC? People that he was talking to started sleeping. Quite enough, he solved the problem of attention, that they should give attention, but it created another problem of comfort where people felt comfortable and started sleeping. So we cannot say we want to solve energy problem because of energy crisis and we are destroying the environment. So our major challenge is how can we conserve the environment while we are still meeting the energy need, the alarming increase in energy need. So that is the subject of my presentation, which I just want to share with us. I have some slides, which means that I was able to gather, only that my laptop is not here. So I'm presenting my phone. So I have some slides with me that I actually want to showcase. So as I was saying before, that we have this global energy challenge. Hello, can you hear me, please? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So we have this global energy challenge, and then that is the major problem we are facing. So the energy crisis that we have let me start with the global energy crisis, where we are thinking of we call them tripartite problems, where we have, okay, there is energy need that we must meet. That is one. So that's the problem of energy balance. So they are in three. Then how can we make it sustainable and at the same time conserve the environment? So I will send the slide later because I put them in slide form. So the global, we call it triple E. That is energy, environment, and the economy. So now, the best way after looking for different solutions we found out that the best way, which must have been heard about, is what we call green energy. And then the green energy aspect is the that is the major solution, which we call renewable energy. In fact, you can see that most of the green energy, which I'm going to talk about, they are actually renewable energy, because continuous use of fossil fuel to meet energy need is destroying the ozone layer and creating global warming and greenhouse gases. And in return, is eating up the earth, and then heating up the earth, the sea level is rising, and that is causing a lot of flood everywhere, destroying the environment. So that is the problem we are facing from the high grade energy, which is petrol, diesel, and the likes. So now the only recourse is for us to look at, I will put them in two now, we call green energy and blue energy. So the green energy are the renewable energy that is from any natural resources, that can cause no harm, or let me say it does not have any harm. So, and it's eco-friendly. So that kind of energy, and we have them like biomass, solar, we have them like geothermal, we have them in the form of hydro, wind, and then and more like that, even marine, so energy. So we have them in that cluster that they are called green energy. So an ecological or zoological or botanical expert, they have a lot to play in this study, because if we are looking at it from the angle of expertise, like energy experts, we do not know the problem we are causing other people while we are solving a problem. And that is why I made that kind of illustration. Quite, we are solving a problem of energy, low cost, energy saving systems, and this. While we are doing that, if we are not carrying along people that they are ecological experts, they are botanical experts, they are zoologists, if we are not carrying them along, we'll be creating a lot of problems for them. For example, let's look at the aspect of biomass, bioenergy. It was when we got involved and we included these people that they were able to make us understand that there are some edible plants that are actually competing with food, and there are also some plants that are useful to the environment, taking some gases out of the environment so that they will not cause earth issue. So it was there that we have to reverse and say, okay, let's look at energy crop. And then we started planting some crops deliberately for us to generate energy, because the initial intention was cut down trees, cut grasses, cut some plants, turn them to energy to meet the energy need of the people. While we are doing that, we are creating a lot of problem for environment and also for special types of people in that regard. So we have to be working together as energy and ecological experts for us to meet, because I told us that there are three problems: energy, economy, and then environment. So we cannot, if we are solving one without considering the other two, we'll be creating problems for the other, especially for the environment. So we have to revert and say, okay, let our biomass or bioenergy be based on waste, agricultural waste, municipal waste, instead of affecting the environment in the way of meeting energy. For example, you cannot be cutting down trees that are deliberately planted, one, to beautify the environment, two, to arrest the environmental issue, and we are cutting them and we are turning them to energy because we want to meet the energy need. There should be a balance in that regard. So we actually work together to create the balance, and that is what I've been advocating for in this. So I've made the example of biomass, the same thing with solar. In fact, I always tell people that all renewable energy, one way or the other, they have link or they come from solar. They have link or they come from solar. So if you check through the process of photosynthesis, one way or the other, that's where we have the biomass. And the photosynthesis involves solar. If you check wind, that is uneven eating of one location and the other will create wind. The same thing with geothermal. That thermal then means that there is heat, and the heat comes from sun deliberately. Obviously. So now, looking at the aspect of solar, because everywhere you see now, solar, up everywhere. And if you check, there is no kind of any renewable energy that does not have the other aspect. We might play it down. We might not let people know about it. We might do something, but in one way or the other, they have effect on environment. So that effect on the environment, we need ecological experts. We need experts in that regard for them to help us work together, give us information that will make us to design better systems that we can balance the three together. That is what we call the balance of the three problems together, so that while we are solving one, we are not going to create problems for the other one. So for the case of the green energy, I've said that we have solar energy, the wind energy, we have the geothermal energy, and then we have the bio energy. And of course, we have the ocean or marine energy. Then there is also that is energy in form of renewable that will not cause any harm to the society. Then we also have blue energy, and that is where we always work together with people in marine sciences. The blue energy are those energy that are from ocean, that are in form of coming from sea, and we have the wave energy in that aspect. We have the tidal, we have ocean energy, and then we have offshore wind energy. These forms of energy, they are highly beneficial, either green or blue energy. They're highly beneficial because, one, they help us in one way or the other to combat the climate change. And also, they are environmental friendly. They don't add to the greenhouse gas like that. They don't generate gas. They don't add to the ozone. Deplete the ozone layer or cause global warming. So because of their benefits, and then they increase the energy security. You can depend on them, you can rely on them, and because they create sustainability. And then they encourage technological innovations. I wish I'm physical, I do this in a physical way. You'll have seen that we have a lot of innovation to showcase, especially in the convocation next month, that is January. We have a lot of innovative way of meeting energy need that we have done right here in UNILAG. We have some system that we call them beyond solar energy, like I'm talking now, the system is charging. So it's using my voice to charge the battery, and I use it to power fan. So I can put on my fan after the system is being charged. And then, I would like to stand up and at least show us so we can see the system. So this is the system. So it's working based on sound, and that is one aspect of renewable energy that it should create room for innovation. So we also have refrigerators that are not using compressors. We have mobile power stations. We have a lot to present, and that is one good thing about green and blue energy, which are also forms of renewable energy. Now, because of their renewability, that means they have link to the environment, direct link, not even indirect link. And because of their potentials and in the benefits as they promote development and also reducing the energy cost, the link they have with the environment is what is making us to act as one, like in a global village. So there is no way we can successfully achieve our aim without relating with the people in ecological aspects. And that is why I titled the presentation Ecological Approach to Energy Crisis and Solution. So there is no way, because going green is involving environment, and it's also the solution to that going green is from the environment, and we have to conserve it while we are solving the problem. So it will be a good way of working together, collaborating together, and approach the problem holistically so that we can establish a solution that is sustainable and it will also keep our environment conserved. If you don't do that, we are definitely solving one problem to create another one, even, if not a bigger one. That is my presentation. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benini. We really enjoyed your presentation. We really learned a lot how we can turn sound, how sound can be converted to energy. That was so amazing. It was well digested, it was informative, it was educating. Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we want to listen to some other goodwill messages. And to start off with goodwill messages, we're going to have Mrs. Bola Adewumi from Loma. Mrs. Bola Adewumi, we are waiting for your presentation. Thank you so much.
Hold on, we can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Okay, she's not making. She's muted.
Ma, can you unmute your? All right, we can.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. We can hear you now.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say on behalf of the Managing Director of LOMA, we're so glad to be part and parcel of this program, and all in the bid of ensuring that our environment is cleaner and safer for us all to live and work in. I would like to say that whether we like it or not, the climate change is already here, which we all can see and feel. But what do we have to do? We all have to, as individuals, to ensure that the environment is not degraded further, and ensure sustainability of what we have to make sure that the future generation benefit from our goodwill relative to our environment. So like I said, on behalf of LOMA, the Managing Director and the entire management, I wish you all a successful, impactful, and fruitful program. And I want to say to every participant that we all have to go out there and, be ambassadors of a cleaner, greener environment. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bola Adewumi, for the goodwill messages. We really appreciate it. We want to have another goodwill messages from Mrs. Oluwakemi Bankole, Director, Natural Resources, Protection Department, LASEPA. Can we have Mrs. Oluwakemi Bankole?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I want to say once again that on behalf of the Managing Director, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, we are honored to be part of your program, in this bid to ensure ecological restoration of our planet. I want to agree with Dr. Mrs. Bola Adewumi of Loma that we're all here and that we all know that climate change has come to stay. And this move, this workshop is a bid for the call to action as well. and not just for here, but generations here and for generations unborn. And we're all out to ensure sustainable development as well. So I want to say thank you for recognizing us and that we're all in this fight to ensure that the ecosystems and ecology is totally restored. I want to say thank you once again to Professor Excellence, Dr. Excellence Akeredolu, and the rest of the team for a successful maiden edition of this program. I want to say thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these goodwill messages. And we are gradually coming to the end of the conference for SET, Society for Ecological Restoration, University of Lagos chapter. We are rounding up this conference, and it has been so amazing listening to all the speakers that have done their presentation. We've learned one or two things from them, and I know we are going to take all of those things back home, digest them, utilize them, and put them into practice. And it has been an honor to have or to actually thank the organizer of this program, which is Dr. Akira Golo, Excellency Associate Professor, Department of Geology, UNILAG. He's going to give us a vote of thanks, and we are going to enjoy the vote of thanks from him. So let's have Dr. Akira Golo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone that's doing this program of the reality. When we started this program about 3 days ago, it was like a dream that will never come to pass. We were faced with so much obstacles, the weather, almost everything, even the finance. But I really want to thank God for the success of this program. I want to thank God for everyone that has come together to make this reality. I want to appreciate all our partners. First of all, we are starting with Nigerian Conservation Foundation for their support. We thank LUFAS for their support. We thank the Trash User for their support, Equips, Loma, and every other person, African Learning Hand, and also some other people that are participating in one capacity or the other. The students, we really appreciate you, we love it. And various schools, the staff school, UNILAG, the Women's Society, UNILAG, and the Westfred, Water Credit Foundation, you are also welcome. God bless you all. And I must confess that this program would not have been without the contribution of several people. I want to thank Professor Oluwatoyin of the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos for his contribution to this program. He gave the open address. I want to thank Engineer Desmond Majekoduni also for being our key speaker. I will thank our beloved friend, Dr. Sorry, I'm forgetting the name. Okay, yes. Okay, from the House of Pluto, that actually contributed immensely to this program. Mr. Peter Adeyemi, Mr. Broadway, Mr. Chabakukoni of Simple Millard, and several other people, Mr. Yakolabi, and Mrs. Abondi Joy, our April, yes, host for today. We really appreciate you for all that you have done. Especially, I want to thank Gloma for all the assistance in terms of material support. They gave us rates, amplifiers, and all those other facilities that help us to have effective cleanup within the university within the last 3 days. Once again, I want to say thank you, everybody, for making this program success. We are looking forward to seeing you again next year. Next year, just 365 days around the corner. Please get ready. Something better is going to happen. Something good is already on the way anyway. So In February, we're going to have another big event, and that is World Wetland Day. I want us to buckle our shoes. Don't let us relent in our efforts. Don't let us get tired. Let's keep going. Let's keep moving, and let's keep rising. We can subdue the mountain. We can do everything. Let's tell ourselves that we can. Yes, we can do what? Yes, we can. But we see again, God bless you. See you at the same time, at this time of life. God bless everyone. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. We really enjoyed that vote of thanks. I know you've really enjoyed the program, and it has been so amazing having all of you here, those that were online and those that were virtual. Thank you so much. And we want to thank the SEARCH organization, Society for Ecological Restoration, University of Lagos. We want to thank you for all your contributions, for making this event successful. So next year, when we have this amazing program, I will remain your host, Joy Abonde from African Learning and Foundation. Thank you.
Nature's resources, treating it as a duck. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. To more land, turning raw places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 US as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume.